morning, everyone. Happy Sunday. This is HP Shalom. I hope you all had a wonderful week. And, we have the long-anticipated teaching on the Shalom today. It came last week, got altered for Tuesday, which didn't happen. And then it sort of disappeared. It was sort of in my notes, but the path of it changed last night, and I honestly didn't know what I was going to teach on this morning. And then it all came back in a stronger way, and it actually lined back up to what I wanted to teach last Sunday, though there were elements of it that were not in my notes. And I'm very happy that it's come back in a complete fullness and in an even better way. So I'm completely thrilled because the whole path and everything we do spiritually, well, it's kind of an absolute, but, well, why not, is to realign ourselves with the Shalom of God. And so I'm very happy to give this teaching. I've given similar teachings in the past, but never quite like this. It's incorporating everything we've discussed and contemplated together over the last couple months, last couple years now, right? Almost 2.5 years. Well, shalom and amen to that. Time flies. What a wonderful journey. So, why don't we all just take a little moment, take a breath, and kind of line ourselves up and maybe stretch a little bit and become present. Find our center. Rest in the Shalom. Let our minds calm down. Our thoughts, emotions, energies. In that space, things realign without the distortion of the future, the past, the speed of getting here, any disturbing emotions. That causes us to realign physically. That's why when we meditate or in periods of calm, our bones, well, especially when you're older, our bones realign and we hear little cracking noises, or we feel calm and we feel like, oof, muscles relax, tension leaves, pain leaves. That's tension in our body that locks us in, physically, mentally, karma-wise, habits, different levels. When we learn to relax, find that center, that innate alignment that is in all of us, that lives in all of us, that is always present underneath, at our core, at the center of our tree, the center column, we start settling there. We begin to rest there. And then something else begins to rise up in us. A clarity, a spaciousness, a freshness, open, fresh, clear, luminous, has a shimmer of wisdom, consciousness, divinity. It's right, not muddied, not fast in movement. It's present. It exists beyond time and space. It's not in duality. Time stands still. We see and we perceive differently. Our minds and thoughts recede. Recede. Pull back. Go down. Withdraws. Our mind withdraws. Leaving what we really are. Beyond mind, beyond our thoughts. And we learn to rest there. We learn to live there. We learn to live from that space. It becomes our seat. We learn to live from our true selves, our core. And we realize that from living from that birthright, we flower. All the best parts of ourselves that we love of ourselves, the specialness that makes us each unique individuals. Never has there been someone just like us. We are unique, beautiful, designed to be one-of-a-kind pieces. The best parts that we see in ourselves, that we hope to become what other people see in ourselves, actually, or what they see us becoming, or what we could be. All of that flowers. What God made us to become, that potential. potential of our perfected self begins to emerge, because the things that hinder us, that block us, settle and recede, disappears, no longer in our consciousness, no longer in our frequencies, no longer in our holding, in our energies, in our body, no longer in our memories. As we are present, memory, habits, karma, mitzvah, whatever you wish to call it, no longer exist in the same way. Because in that clarity, openness, that shimmer, that consciousness that lives within, it's present in the moment. Yet it's very intelligent, and it remembers a lot more than we think it does. But we don't have to think, rummage through our files to remember things. It just pops up when it's needed. The information, the situation, whatever it is, but without all the baggage around it, it's information. So we're not running blind, faith to the seven winds. It's highly present and intelligent, very competent. And we have faith and trust. And it's not blind faith and trust that we're doing the right thing, but we're in our alignment. And that, my dear friends, is what we're going to be discussing today. So we take a moment now, take a deep breath and exhale, feel the freshness of the air. Maybe you're outside, maybe you hear animals, maybe your cat's purring on your lap, maybe you're smelling that beautiful coffee, maybe you're in your prayer space, or surrounded by your beautiful sacred texts if you're a scholar. And you are present there, and you see, if your eyes are open, you smell, you hear, feel the freshness or the warmth, the silence or the sound, and you settle there. It all comes in. We are open. We do not push anything away. It's an unconditional openness to everything that's arising. We push or resist, that's a energy of tension and causes a resistance to settling. So we learn in optimal situations when we begin. But as I told a friend, and I always give these examples not to show what I am, because I would never ever speak about these things. It's just not good for ego stroking, which I don't thankfully work through a lot. But I give examples to indicate from things I've lived. And in this example, I told a friend who was starting that we create optimal situations to learn. But if there's a car honking, your children are yelling, you live in a noisy apartment with the neighbors downstairs doing their crazy, you rest in that. Because optimally, like I told my friend, because it's helpful for people to hear of a lived experience, what somebody has experienced, not just out of a textbook, because like, oh, somebody came up with this example, blah, blah, blah. It's a little lands differently when you know that it's possible. I lived in New York City at the time, and I told him, I can find that experience in Times Square with the chaos, the noise, the traffic, the taxis, the honking, the commotion. It's a state of mind. The Shalom is available everywhere, at any time. It's really a state of mind, of a different kind of mind, of our true mind, and it's more energetic. So now, why don't we take a moment and open unconditionally to everything in our environment, what we consider to be optimal and not so optimal, and not judge it. It's complete, open, sensory experience. Open to everything we hear, smell, touch, and feel without naming it, without judging it. It's an unconditional openness. It's the unconditional openness which is cultivated in the practice that we call meditation. The unconditional openness when we recite the mantras of the name of God to the energy or the thoughts that arise, and watching them come and leave, and we are just experiencing, and we let go. And then we see, well, we don't expect to see anything, do we? We rest. We're aware, we are awake, we are present, and we just notice. Let's do this for a little while. Yes, it's good. 10 minutes, okay? Okay. So, what did you experience? So, this is a good time to analyze is not the right word. What did you see? What did you experience? You don't look into why it happened. You just notice. Or more of a contemplation. That's the word. But it's not a contemplation. It's like, wow, there was a clear space. Hopefully, maybe not. Or my mind couldn't stay still. I had to bring it back. Well, that's fine. That's learning the skill. Oh, well, I think I was there for 20 seconds and then I thought about everything else and I didn't realize what I was doing until he started speaking again. Well, that's part of the process. That's not a problem. One looks, one sees, and one hopefully has an experience with time, of a clear, open space where things settle and align. This is what I gave, basically, is a spontaneous meditation practice from a certain lineage I learned from that is all based on meditation. And isn't it simple? You rest your awareness in openness. You rest your awareness on your energy. You rest your awareness on your senses, letting them go and enter a state of being. No special posture. You can do it anywhere, but not when you're driving or riding your bicycle, please. You learn how to rest. And one day, you go about your day from that place. And that's a level of attainment. And every step along the way, as you live more in that quiet awareness, even to the smallest degree, that's a level of attainment. And why is this important? For us in the Western world, a whole host of reasons. Right, we can get into that, but psychological, mental, physical, engagement with others, we can all get it. But from our purposes, we look on our screens. We're working with the energies of our mind, emotions, thoughts, which give rise to our actions. So when we are in speed, thoughts, not presence, we are bouncing between the sephirots to the left and to the right, and not necessarily in an ordered way. It's all kind of disturbed, because if it wasn't in disturbance and they were in alignment, we would be in the central. And the central is that space which I just pointed towards, which I just described. So we see where meditation fits into the religious path and the sephirots. You look any of the prophets, saints, great spiritual leaders, great teachers, great priests, rabbis, we see there's a calm, there's an alignment, there's a luminosity, there's a wisdom, there's an unconditional love and compassion and warmth. It's not cold. It holds. It permits, but it provides structure. That's the central column. It's a letting go of the imbalances and being embodied, fully present, whole, living with the Shekhinah. Become a vessel of the Shekhinah. We do not go away, we do not disappear. It is still the unique us. And the unique us is baked into our individual sifrots. Nobody has the same balance as we do. A little more of this, a little less of that, a little balance of this. We have different backgrounds, desires, different what we like, what we don't like. That doesn't necessarily go away. It might purify, but we like Mexican food and not French. I doubt that will change. If we like living in cities as opposed to urban, that may change or it may not. Or urban to cities. For somebody who lives in the mountains as a recluse, when they do their work, they realize that's me out of alignment and they go move in the city because that's their alignment. And vice versa, from city to this. Or a person's realizing they live in the city, they are in their alignment. Or they're living in a cave or a cabin, they realize, oh, that is my alignment. There's an openness to finding that spot. And it doesn't necessarily engender change. We all baked differently. The thing on how to align is that calm central column. The mantras help clear the sifrots, so we rest in the middle column. These are techniques. They're not the end of themselves. They're a way to walk to a closer relationship to our true selves and ultimately with God. And when we're really there, our true selves is a reflection of a portion of what God is, as reflected in us. Yes? Okay. That just came up. I did not plan for any of that. I love it. So we're going to move to the teaching now. Alrighty. This fits in really well with what I was going to say. So this is a profound meditation instruction I've given you from a certain very profound lineage, which I was blessed to have a very special, wonderful, very, 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 very kind and exceedingly intelligent teacher, true master in it, who's sadly no longer with us. But miss him dearly. Oh boy, did I cry when he died. But anyway, pleasant thoughts. It's very profound, and it'll take you the whole way there. It is complete. And how simple is it, right? But we learn to stay, we learn to ground, and we learn to open. Yes? So And it's not without emotion. Well, since I'm speaking about that dear man, he had all the emotions, and I've never met anybody who liked to laugh as much as he did. And he says all emotions are present. Though the afflictive emotions like anger are different. I've spoken how anger and things can be seen in different ways and not the normal way. But it doesn't mean we become blank and expressionless. In fact, we become more vivid, more interactive, more engaged. Right? It's kind of counterintuitive, but we bloom. We truly, truly, truly bloom. It's spring. It's a spiritual spring. And we could live in that spring our entire lives. There's never a fall or winter. Even when our bodies might be in the fall or winter seasons of our lives, we are always blooming. Because we're living from that eternal self. Even if we're sick, we are still blooming in that physical state. Yes? He embodied it. Kindness, very present, yet soft and very loving, very accepting, but yet when a student was really out of it, he wasn't having it at all. I've heard stories. Thank God I didn't experience that side of him. But there is a discipline and there's a certain decency he expected. And he didn't like his students not trying to do the best for themselves, not applying and hurting themselves. And sometimes it required more of a sharpness to snap them back. It's a technique. So it's not always all roses, but always a gentleness with the best intention. There's always an underlining wisdom that's based in love and compassion. With a goal to live through that open, precious, clear, translucent, luminous space. It's very hard to find a teaching like I just gave that is not out there normally. So you guys, I'll say it. You guys are blessed because that is really very profound and very it really cuts to the essence. You don't waste your time with a lot of things. And it's in any position. You don't have to put your hands in a certain place. It's comfortable. It's aligned. It's with the current positions. And it's there. It's touching in with that freshness. It's before you go into a meeting. You're just in your chair, even if it's a cubicle. It doesn't matter. You just sit back, take a couple breaths, line up. You could put your hands wide on your upper leg. Just try to find that clear space, touch in, line up, and off you go. And it could be that easy, that quick. And you've maintained a level of posture, even if the interaction lasts for an hour or two with practice. So it has real world applications. And living from that space, you engage in situations differently, and they resolve each themselves in a better way. Because you see options that you don't otherwise see. You see saying this will lead to that because you know the person, and you realize you say it a different way, and you kind of go around what that would entail, and you don't go down that road. Your world, sort of, those knots unwind themselves. That open space takes the tightness of the knots and the interactions and the flow of tightness of energies and things, and provides the space and makes everything more workable. Makes our past, our future, our PTSD, our everything we carry with us more open, spacious, and therefore less intense. Less intertwined, and therefore more open. Right? So all of this is the different sephirots which are out of alignment. And with that space, working it through different modalities, and just this practice will itself cause them all to unwind without having to engage with them, mind you. So let me just say that the practice itself can have the full effect, but it's best to engage with modalities as well, especially if it's a real issue. But ultimately, it can all rest, and we can let it go, because it inherently is not permanent, though it may feel that way, and inherently, I don't know if I want to put it in these terms. I mean, it's the terms I learned, but let me use a more complex term. It's not inherently existent. That means it's really not permanent. Therefore, it really, we'll see, I'm going right back to it. Let me just say, it really doesn't exist. It doesn't negate that it's not real. It's very real. But it doesn't have that solidity of always being there and it can't go away. And when we realize that it's a locked-in state that can be released, the stuckness kind of goes away, and it could literally drain out. It is not a pool of water that cannot be emptied. And when we realize it doesn't need to be that way, it does not inherently exist, therefore it's not we can create the space and not engage in that way and just say, I can let this go. It's our lack of letting it go that keeps it stuck ultimately. It's not to blame ourselves. That's just the way the energies in our minds are. By not letting it go, keeps it there. Energetically not letting go, or our minds can't let go of the trauma. We're all working on it. I work on things. It's all part of the human condition. But by releasing, so that's the sense when it means it's not real. A thought isn't real. I'm going to stop. We're getting off the thing, but a thought's not real. A thought is something that's created. Wisdom is real. Consciousness is real. Compassion is real. Love is real. A thought is ephemeral because it's generated by the mind. It can be true or not, but an inner knowing is a different level. All of this causes us, as we work with this and we understand and we study, we come to understand a little bit better what I'm trying to point towards, we move into the central column. So this is how it applies to us, these things. This is why I spend so much time on these things with the level of detail, so people understand these techniques are not just, I want to show you these techniques. There's a reason. When we let go, we move into the Shalom. So we are moving into the Shalom. So the word Shalom is one of the most sacred and misunderstood words in Hebrew. A lot of people translate it simply as peace, but that's just the surface meaning. It's much more than the absence of conflict. It's a state of wholeness, completion, alignment, and divine harmony. It comes from, there's a root word. There's a root, shin, lamed, and mem. So shalem is a word that comes from this root, and it means complete, whole, full, and unbroken. Le shalem, to make whole, to restore balance. And shilum, compensation, restoration, repayment. It's making full. It's not just the stillness of peace, it's a restoration. It's the reweaving of all parts into the proper place and returning to their intended fullness. So there's an active component to the world. In a more spiritual sense, it's where all the fragments are gathered, the healing of what is torn, scattered, or lost. It's the field, the engagement, where God's order is restored, even if the outer world is still chaotic. So the meditation technique that I just described is a way to heal what's torn, scattered, or lost. In a way, we're not directly working with it, but we are merely releasing it. Don't we ultimately just want to let it go? That's the healing. That we no longer live with it. We live with the truth. We're not trapped by something. And so that technique is how to help release. And in that release, we learn we're able to live in the shalom. And what's the fragments that we gather is the fragments of our true self that lives underneath, that wholeness that is within us. So in Hebrew, more common Hebrew, it's used both as a greeting and a farewell. So when someone says shalom, when people leave, it means go in peace. May you leave in wholeness. May your journey be safe, balanced, and blessed. I find that to be a very beautiful thing. It's like blessing the other person. It's not just a casual goodbye, hopefully, it's a sacred closing that sends the person out with a blessing of wholeness, harmony, and divine alignment. It sort of seals the interaction with that and gives a resonance of peace and completeness. It's an invocation. Let the person not leave in fragmentation, but in an integrated, restored state. It closes the energetic field, ensuring that nothing remains entangled or broken. And in many religious traditions, the concept of shalom is seen as a gift from God, a state of being that is beyond human control and can be disrupted, that cannot be disrupted by chaos and suffering. And that's what I was pointing to a little bit with that meditation practice, though it was not intentional, it just kind of came. But in part of that is living and trying to line up with the shalom. Things emerge and you learn to trust the flow of what's arising. And then you look back and you're like, wow, I couldn't have done that any better if I had planned it, and likely would not have come out as good as it did. It's a vibrant field from which wisdom and action arise. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here. One of the names of God is Yahweh Vahe Shalom, Yahweh Shalom, or Adonai Shalom, or Hashem Shalom, the name you wish to put in, and it means the Lord our peace. And it's the book of Judges, chapter 6. So what it says, verse 24, so Gideon built there an altar to the Lord and called it Adonai Shalom. And it doesn't translate it in this version. It has in the Hebrew the actual name of God, Yahweh Vahe, meaning, well, I say Yahweh. Yahweh is Shalom. Also, the literal Hebrew meaning is the eternal is peace. Yes, that central column is the eternal made manifest in our kingdom. The crown down to kingdom, Kut. Yes? Or more deeply, Yahweh is wholeness, completeness. Because as we discussed, Shalom is much more than peace. It means wholeness, harmony, alignment, and restoration. Yes? And this is a perfect segue to what I wanted to show you for the last couple sessions. This is in the picture gallery on the website. That's Yahweh Vahe in the middle. And this is the word that shows up in the Hebrew in the texts, but people call it different things. I've spoken about that before. Hashem, Adonai, are words that are used to replace pronouncing out loud this sacred name and these sacred letters. But it's in the original Hebrew, that's what's there, and people replace it. But since this is a religious and hopefully sacred space, it's proper to say that name with reverence. And I believe it carries a great blessing, which is why I say it, because honestly, we could use all the blessings we can, as can I. So that's why I put it, because there's great blessing in the name, for it to bless us and connect with Him in a stronger way. And I love this, and I was able to create it in a higher 300 DPI. I found it on internet. It was quite small. And so it's there for you, if you so wish, I think it's from the Sephardic tradition of Judaism, and you could print it out and put it on your shrine. It's very inspiring, and it's very sacred. So I wanted to, this is a good possibility of, I thought that was a good place to put it, to describe it. So it's not passive shalom, it's active restoration. It's the field of the Shekhinah at work, the divine manifestation of God and His energy here on this planet. So it has both the feminine, the healing aspect, possibility of peace and wholeness, but the active aspect of restoration and healing with the ing, an active verb, that's the masculine aspect of the Shekhinah. So Shekhinah is described as a feminine, but there's also a masculine aspect of the term as well. So when you invoke the word shalom, or you think of the name of God, like, Yad Vevahe Shalom, you're inviting the Shekhinah to return. Because the word and the thought of the word summons that energy. That's the power of mantra. That's the power of holy names. That's the power of sacred language is. Because the words are aligned with truth, with a capital T. So when you think or you utter them, you create a transmission, a connection. You plug into the energy of those words. Yes? And so you're inviting the Shekhinah, those blessings of God, His consciousness, His wisdom, His guidance, His healing, all these good things which we discussed before, to return, to hover, to bring the parts of you and your world, your individual personal world, family, friends, work, everything, back into wholeness and alignment and divine balance. I once gave a meditation practice on using the word shalom in our practice, and we're going to do it afterwards, after I speak about these things. And it's important. Remember, we could do Adonai Rapha, right? Bringing in the healing aspect of God. Well, we could also do Adonai Shalom. When I say that, my body becomes calm. I felt wholeness and I felt tension leave. With practice, as we connect to the term, just by saying them, that comes naturally without having to think or bring in the peace. It just naturally flows into us because we are plugged into these sacred terms through our practice, our repetition, our connecting to the Shekhinah, to God, making our allegiance with Him. And these are the benefits of membership, so to speak. We are given tools. We are drawn to certain teachings. You meet people, hopefully myself, where you are exposed to things you wouldn't otherwise know, which help empower you to achieve certain spiritual things and have their benefits in your life. Yes? And the shalom is gentle, reflective, and nourishing. And the Shekhinah, she enters into the brokenness, into the scattered, into the movement, into the distortion, into the inability of being in the present moment, but always thinking of something that happened in the past, or thinking of the future, or what you would like to do, when you're actually in the present doing something you always wish to do, but you can't really enjoy it because you're thinking about the next thing. So this Shekhinah enters into that and wraps it into healing, into calm. Not by overpowering it, the Shekhinah don't work that way, but holding it in divine embrace until the cracks close, until the wholeness is there, until the sephirots align, and the vessel, ourselves, our body, our minds, our energy, is made whole again, complete, is healed. So when you say shalom, you're saying, may everything that is scattered be gathered. May everything that is broken or out of alignment or off be restored. May the divine order return to my body, my soul, my relationships, my world, my life. Or as a blessing to someone else, you offer that to them as a grace, as a blessing. You speak it into existence. You put that current into the air. And if you do practice and you work with the energy of the word, you're not a normal person anymore saying shalom. You are a person who has empowered that name within themselves. So when they say it out loud, when you say it out loud, it comes charged with the spiritual connection that is now in you with the word. It's become empowered. It's already empowered, but you've really empowered it. So when you, because you've now anchored that fully, the current, the blessing in you, when you say it out loud, it becomes powerful. People can feel it. You embody it when you walk into a room becomes calmer. You say it to someone, it has an effect. Somebody's suffering and agitated, you could put their hand on them if they permit it, and you don't think it's going to make them attack you, and you could say shalom, and then you could see them immediately calm down and find some peace. Or at the very least, they received the blessing, and hopefully that works with them over time. It's part of that is very possible. That's not out there. That's not magical thinking. That's not just in the textbooks. We are able to ground these things into our lives. Remember, the Shekhinah chariot goes up and comes down. Right? We want to get ahead of one of the images I want to give, but if we remember the Shekhinah chariot, right, the energy. Oh, let me see here, one moment. I did not put it in here. I saw this image. I like just to repeat sometimes a few things or show it in case somebody missed the teaching. So, and this is a very important image. Very important. I just saw the most beautiful image of it. It's just stunning. And images create blessings as well. You know, you could speak about it, but sometimes when you see an image, it really takes it there. It helps you connect energetically. And ultimately, that energy is sort of what we're hoping to get, what we're looking for. It's not here where it should be. One moment, I'm going to find this image. It's really, and for that purpose is why I'm taking the time to look for it, because we say the name, and a visual is also something as well. And this is why we put images on our prayer space, because when we look at it, it has a current, it has a blessing, it has, and we connect, and then it enters into us. You know, things enter into us, what we hear, what we see, what we taste, what we smell, what we feel. All our senses are gates. And it could be for the positive, it can be neutral, and it could be for our negative effects, these consequences, in whatever way they are. Everything has a flavor to it. So here, we can embody. This is the central column. Remember Jacob's ladder, the Merkava chariot, right? This is Jacob's ladder, the Merkava chariot, the angels going up, the angels coming down. We reach up and we come. I'll put this picture on the website. It goes up and it comes down. So we reach up, we work with it, and then the blessings, the abilities ground in us. It's not one way. So when we say shalom, we have that current here in our kingdom to offer here. It's what I call the Emmanuel manifestations. You work on the path and you become more and more aligned, more and more a vessel of the Shekhinah, of the embodiment of God, the Spirit of God. We ride more and more the Merkava chariot. And it's peaceful. It's in the Shalom. It can be active. In the masculine, it's not passive. It has both characteristics. So in time of chaos, even if your body's depleted, your emotions are completely triggered, your mind and your thoughts and your words are swirling around, and the world is loud, your mind is loud. The Shalom tells us it is still possible to return to that calm. It's always possible to be whole, here and now, or in God's time. It might not be in that moment. Or we remember to say the word, take a breath, pull back. Don't say, one moment, I just need to go to the restroom. Even if you don't need to, you shut the door, you take a breath, you throw some cold water on your face, and you come back and you say the word Shalom, Adonai Shalom, connect with that space, and then you re-engage. Or your whole life has been one way. The Shalom can heal that and bring it back into alignment. It's not a permanent state where you're at. There's no stuckness that's permanent. There's no realness to it, permanence to it. It's temporary. What comes can go. What's not our true selves, that space I described in our meditation, and anything outside of that is not inherently existing. It's a creation. And what's a creation can always be uncreated. And that's a beautiful truth, because that means our return to God is always possible. It's never locked in and stuck while we're here. Shalom is the food of unity, where the active masculine and the receptive feminine energies come into balance. It could also be seen as the kiss of the king and the queen, the balance of the Zir Anpin, masculine face, and the Shekhinah, feminine face. In Hebrew grammar, shalom is a masculine noun. This tells us that it carries the quality of structure, order, authority, active completion, the act of bringing it about. Remember, this has nothing to do with male or female. Okay? But the active structure, order, authority, and the action is an active thing that's masculine. Yet the feminine aspect, right, is the openness, the space, the properties of it, of healing. Do you see? So what I gave as the meditation practice is really a feminine practice. Openness, letting go, spaciousness, stepping back. Well, see, the instructions of doing it is the masculine, right? All those instructions are a doing or a not doing, right? But the space we're cultivating is open, not structured. There's no action when Muan tries to rest there. It's a feminine practice. The teacher I had was lunar, feminine. The practice is feminine practice. It's a feminine tradition he held. Openness. And in the openness, things arise, but we sit. Yes? But then the healing, pulling together, the realignment naturally happens, but it's a product of the practice. Yes? Mantra practice, on the other hand, is masculine. It's solar. The act of saying a mantra, and that's the practice. It's an active act, saying a word out loud, connecting with an energy and face of God, all masculine, inviting the properties of God to come forth, masculine. Now those properties may have feminine, wisdom, peace, healing, right? But they're coming down, infusing in us to actively heal through an active practice. We're not sitting there. We are saying it, generating. That's a solar practice. Yes? It's great to have one of my teachers lunar and the other one solar. Different. The lunar one refused to teach solar practice. I asked him. He said outright no. I don't teach that. Never heard him say no before. Right? He knew both. He was taught in both, but he teaches one. His lineage was in one. Yes? So we learn, but then when you say the mantra, sometimes I say stop, feel the energy, let it settle, open, let it work. And then we are open, non-active, letting it work. That's more lunar, more shalom in the passive sense. But then when we feel things and that continuous energy that we've generated in our body still after we stopped, that active force is the active presence of God, which is also in the Shekhinah, because in the Merkava chariot, that's the Merkava chariot moves. It's not stagnant. You see? So we're working with our Sephirots in different ways to align in the center. I realize this teaching's more intellectual, so people can clearly see I can do intellectual. And we're going to get into a different aspect. So people who don't like these things as much and it's hard for them to stick with it, it's fine. It's almost over. But I want people to have a clear understanding of how this fits in, because there's a lot of scholars listening and different traditions, and this is from a different perspective that existed more commonly in the past. But this shows why these practices I'm showing, how it fits in. And in my humble opinion, from my perspective, is essential, because you're working directly with the connection. Other things help as well, as I mentioned in the past, good actions, helping, and all the good things, more external, absolutely do them. All the mitzvot, absolutely, I do that too. You can't do one without the other, but you can't do this. Really, when you do this, everything else will also happen. You cannot be a bad person while doing these if you have fruition, if you have a certain level of attainment, your external world and your actions and what you say will naturally reflect the energy you're generating and you're healing. You see how it works from that energetic outward, but you also work from your actions, which will in turn make it easier. Things are less of alignment within yourself, which in turn helps your progress. Yeah? So this is kind of what I wanted to say, and this is the importance of the Shalom. I call myself HP Shalom. Peace. Peace. What this world doesn't have. Peace. Alignment. Openness to God. Less busyness. Less aggression. Less judgment. Less a lot of things, which we have too much of. Doesn't mean you don't judge, but out of wisdom in what's proper, what's balanced, what's based, out of the sifrots of wisdom and understanding. You see, there's great intelligence, but only in the Shalom, in the Shekhinah, can we have the proper balance on knowledge, judgment, action, not action, what to say, not say, how to say it, when to say it, when to act, when to say, where to move, what to eat, what not to eat, what time to get up. So you see, it affects everything in our lives. And we do all these things in our lives, but do we do it from a place of center of wisdom, or is we doing it from a place of our sensual column? Do you see? It's a shifting of our orientation. So the Shalom has the authority of the masculine aspect to bring order and healing to the broken, and the tenderness of the feminine aspect of the Shalom to hold the brokenness in love and care and understanding and non-judgment until it heals and resolves itself. Yes? It can be soft, reflective, and holding. And also direct, radiant, restoring with a proper way to do it. So when you are aligned, you may say, you know what, I do need that medicine. I do need to get to therapist. I really need to spend time to do that yoga. You see? It's not just merely letting go, but there's things you can do. That teacher who was lunar taught a certain yoga. You see? So there's ways of attaining it, working with your bodies. Right? He took medicines. He needed it. Yes? I believe he was not in the best of health. We work with our things. We bring in the modern. Yes? The religious aspect of shalom is the sacred state of divine wholeness, balance, alignment in which all things are restored to their proper place in God's order, both in the invisible and invisible realms. It is the fruit of the union between, as I said, God's masculine and feminine faces. Yeah. It is the fruit of the union between God's masculine and feminine faces, authority and mercy, structure and tenderness, wisdom and love, fused in one seamless field of harmony. Restoration, returning all things to their full integrity and righteousness in God's creation. The fulfillment of justice, mercy, and truth intertwined. Its authority, ordering, justice, strength, radiance. It's also tender, holding, nurturing, embracing, healing wisdom. It's the vessel where these two faces of God, of Yahweh, Adonai, Hashem, unite into one seamless, balanced whole. Shalom is wisdom, Chokmah and Bina, wisdom and understanding, one of the three upper Sephirots, right? There's God, and then on the left, it starts on the right, there's wisdom, and the left is understanding. It's the shalom is both of them combined. It's both. It's the capacity to see all things in their interconnectedness, in their right proportion, and in their sacred purpose. Within the field of God's wholeness. Shalom is where wisdom becomes embodied, lands in us, becomes part of us, that energy fuses into us. Our distortions transmute, change into the energies of shalom, where knowing becomes healing, where seeing becomes restoration, and where truth becomes mercy. The Shekhinah manifests shalom in the world as the indwelling presence of God that gathers what is scattered, heals what is broken, and holds the world together in loving balance. Let me give you this beautiful image which was created. The Aleph, right? The presence, the symbol that represents God before he manifested the essence, before there was essence. This is the essence of the Merkava chariot, and the shalom is, I would say, the Merkava chariot is the embodiment of the shalom. The lions of Judah, the line of God, masculine, fierce, active, chariot compassionate, loving, carrying God, wisdom, care, healing, eternity. It's the path. Jacob's ladder, going up and down the Merkava chariot, carries us. When we do our practice, we do our mantra, when we call God's name, when we say the word Shalom, or name of God, we are summoning downwards from the first Tiferet down to our kingdom, that little figure down there on the path, in a sort of meditative posture, down to us for a blessing. We call up, and it comes down. That's we call up to the Merkava, and that energy that's symbolic by this chariot is the blessing we receive. You see how the energy of these practices work and the power of them. The Aleph is the seed, the essence, the beginning that had no beginning, that had no essence. It's essenceless. It's beyond duality, before the world. It's the pure presence of God that cannot be described. That's not a presence, but it is, but it's not. It's the unspeakable, undescribable divinity. Before he had a name even, because there was no sound. That's what the Aleph represents. Ultimately, what that is what we're trying to resonate with, what we're trying to return to. I'll also put this on the website. So through the Shekhinah, Shalom becomes not just a cosmic principle, but a lived, felt, relational state. Peace within, peace without, peace between, peace with God. Shalom is not the absence of conflict, but the presence of divine order, wholeness, and reconciliation. It's the healing within what there could be conflict. Shalom is the heart of the covenant. It is the fruit of alignment with God's will, God's timing, and God's field, God's planet, God's creation. When we are aligned with God, we are aligned with His heart, with His Shalom, with His covenant with us, with a capital C. The embodiment of the covenant, the greatest image, act, historical event which we associate with covenant is when Moses received the 10 Commandments on Mount Sinai. The entering into a covenant, solidifying a covenant. The engagement with God and how He says a good life ought to be lived. And if you look at the Sifrots, not so much doing these things throw you out of alignment with your Sifrots. So there's an energetic principle to the mitzvot of lining up with the guidance, because it leads to a fruit. And the fruit's alignment with God and His will and Himself, an alignment with the Merkava chariot. It descends and it blesses and heals and empowers ourselves to manifest that. Shalom is an active restoration of all things in their sacred place. In the beginning, all creation was in a state of shalom, and that was the environment of Adam and Eve. And this perfect shalom was a perfect peace, where the infinite creator God, creator of all things, was in complete communion with his creation. Yet sin destroyed the separation, the judgment, the turning away from that frequency. It disrupted, I would rather say, that shalom. It broke the shalom and cast the world, Eden, into a place of disalignment and brokenness. And the fallen world we live in, with its violence, headache, pain, and death, there's no death in Eden, are visible results of the shalom that was lost so very long ago. The shalom is the crown of divine balance and also the path to our restoration. Hence, why it's such an important term and why I describe it now, and actually it fits really well after all these teachings. When we go through all these various steps, when we do mantra, we are entering into the shalom of God using a masculine technique. When we meditate spaciousness, when we bring our attention back to our object of meditation, we are practicing to be mindful, to be in the presence, to be able to focus our mind in what we're doing. Meditation is open and spaciousness, the noticing and the bringing back to what we're doing, to the presence. That's the masculine act of bringing it back into order, so our practice is being done and leads to something, both of which are aspects of the Shekhinah. The Shekhinah does not, and the Merkava chariot does not run all over the place. There is a direction. It is ordered. There's an order. There's a way of a path. And we learn to walk it. And connecting with Shalom, we learn to judge and how to be able to align properly and order our lives so we can live it more and more in the way that we were baked to be, the way we were made to become, the way maybe our destiny is, whether we choose or choose not, whether we know or not, whether we are aligned or not, there's still a way we could be. And it helps us to manifest that fullness and wholeness, which is our birthright. Yes? And so the Shalom is the wisdom that's made whole. It's the face of God smiling over a healed world. It's the wholeness in which the Shekhinah rests. It's the Edenic, it's the state of Eden from which we fell, and to which the Shekhinah and the flame of God, the power of God, the presence of God, the manifestation of God, the teachings of God, the covenant of God, the Torah of God, the mitzvot of God, the mantras and names of God, the techniques of God, the teachings that help us, the Tanakh, the prophets, all of them ask us, guide us, point to us in directions on how to return to Him, to return to a state of shalom, to a state of healing. So why don't we take a pause here, and then we're going to move into sort of another aspect of the teaching. Because there's a little more I wish to say, but I wish to bring it more into an active sense. And then we do a practice together. I think this was important to share the importance of being and learning. And the shalom, the path is peace. We turn to peace. We turn to wholeness. And the techniques, which I always encourage everybody to do, and I hope people did it together on Tuesday night, the power of collective practice, the power of alignment, helps us return to heal, to align. So why don't we take 10, 15, I have to give a defined time, right? So why don't we let's cut it in half. How about a 12-minute break, right? So we'll come back together at 9:45. Wonderful. Okay. Not sure if I said 9:45 or another time, but it's ended up being 9:45. Let me just take a moment to line up. So let's get to the practical aspect of this. I mean, I think it's been pretty practical, but let's continue here. I want this to be complete teaching. Make sure the sound's on properly. Perfect. Rider and the horse. That's us, ladies and gentlemen. We are riding our horse through this life, or are we being ridden by our horse? Is our horse riding us? Are we on the saddle, or are we barely hanging on the saddle? That happened to me a few times. It's scary. Are we enjoying our life and aligned, or are we screaming all the way through it because we have no control? It's our posture. What sort of posture do we have? What posture do we wish to have? And it doesn't mean if we go through challenges or we find peace, but we could have a posture through challenges, or let the challenges overwhelm us, or realize we're overwhelmed and do things to regain our alignment. A rider is aligned with the energies of his life. And a religious rider is aligned with God, the Aleph, coming in through his top back chakra or coming down the central column. This is a person who's working, who's living in the kingdom, right? The manifestation of the Sephirots, and there is Keter, actually way above Keter, the source of everything beyond Keter, as the Aleph. That's the alignment. That's the achievement here. And that knowing the Merkava, going through, down, through into the rider and the horse as he lives here today, embodied on this planet as it is. And it provides him with guidance and wisdom on how to live. That is what that picture represents. And it will also be on the website. So let's jump into this. Sometimes we feel we're off and we missed it and we're out of alignment. We've missed the boat. But sometimes we have to remember it's not the time. Or that we missed it. But that doesn't necessarily mean there's not going to be another boat. We recognize that this world is topsy-turvy, chaotic, a lot of winds, a lot of influences, and we are affected by them. And that's just part of this world, ourselves, where we are, where we're not, and things happen, things fall apart. There's a thick winds in this planet, frequencies. And it affects us, affects our planet, our families, our world. And we learn with time, as we align with God, we do the best we can. And we begin to trust that it's in God's time. Or it's just not meant to be. Either it wasn't possible, or God deemed it not possible. Either way, we start living in trust and we let go and we focus more on what's today, leading to a better tomorrow. And by living in this way, we heal and we gain our alignment. A lot of our disalignment when we fall off our horse or barely holding on for dear life as the horse is running down a field, that happened to me, quite scary. We lose our power and our ability to direct, and we're at mercy of everything arising. Our strength to hold on, the horse to not completely throw us off, and the force of gravity to throw us into the ground face down and tumble many, many different feet. And let me tell you from experience, it's very, very painful and you get scratched up very badly. But if we deal with it, a horse that throws us and bucks us and tries to throw us, but we're steady on our saddle, we're able to ride it like a surfer on the wave. And we get through it in a better way because we're not as affected by the turbulence. And we could bring God on this journey. We can bring the Merkava chariot on the journey. Doesn't mean the Merkava doesn't get necessarily tossed when it's embodied on kingdom in us. But like a sailor on a river, we ride in the ocean, encountering a storm. We throw out the water, we close the hatches, we take down our sails so it doesn't get torn, and we ride the waves and we pray and we try to be in alignment and not allow our boat to capsize. But even if it capsizes, we learn to ride it and continue. That's the journey of life. The rider and the horse, as you see here, is not in Eden. There's robbers, there's storms, there might be snakes that scare the horse. Everything affects. But what's his alignment? He chooses to walk in alignment with God. His practices align him with God, and that helps him, guides him, gives him strength, gives him blessings. Yes? Because we try to do what's good. And for those who are not religious, I meant to say this earlier, my apologies. You might call it the universe, an alignment with the universe or with source, or just being in alignment with what is proper or what is. Okay, so don't get all caught up in the religious words. This applies to anyone, regardless of their beliefs or convictions. When one aligns with that or with God, if you choose to work on that field, right, you have that resource to call on. You're not lost in the dark like many people on this planet. They have no anchor. It's them. It's the chaos. They don't develop the skills to better manage it. They don't have someone to call in blessings, the names to help heal. They don't feel called to listen to teachings or to read books or to read sacred texts to get those blessings and the instruction on how to help manage this thing that we call life. So we have to remember, we have skills. We're not just a voice speaking or shouting out in the dark to what we feel is a void, because we feel nothing and nothing comes back. It's a vast expanse where there's nothing there that we've locked onto, and therefore we feel we're alone. There's no connection that was developed. So the question is, that's always posed at every moment of our lives, no matter where we are in our attainment, to whom or what do we make our allegiance? Do we choose on how to orient what we're going through? Make decisions that are optimal or not, good or bad, in alignment with God or the universe or not? Or do we give in to other impulses? That's our allegiance. That's who we choose, or the energies we choose to walk with. Do we choose unbalanced sephirotes and maintaining them and making them worse? Or do we choose to try to make order and take the time to develop skills to bring things into alignment, into the Shalom, into grace with a capital G? What matters ultimately in this life is our relationship with what is true with a capital T. What matters is our connection to what is real with a capital R, and to live in relationship with that. As always, I'm way ahead of my notes. Bear with me. So we learn to rest, not to have our hands off the driving wheel, but we learn to breathe through it, to be that in that dance, that surfer in the wave, the dancer in the dance, and there's less panic. We can feel off for a day or two, but we pull ourselves back and we re-engage. We look back and we say, oh, I could have done this differently, or this is off, or whoops, here. And then you learn and you realize, well, I did the best that I could, and whoa, that happened. How do we resolve that? Proactive, not turning inward or outward in judgment and create a situation that's not productive to healing and to learning, and is actually quite destructive. And we begin to learn that there's an openness and there's a choice, our alignment or disalignment, our healing or creating additional trauma that we need to recover from. There might be trauma created, but do we tighten around it and really lock it in? And to develop the skills to do that. So you see, religion is just, it's much more, at least for me, than there's a practical path to walk it. There's a way to deal with life, which not only does it bless us, but we learn to walk it in a way that it becomes easier to connect with it. And in easier life manifests because there's another way to go about things. We build a connection through prayer, through practice, through each breath that we walk in trust and alignment with God, or in what's true, or what's aligned, or the purity of all that is. For And then when you're there, truth, wisdom comes to you, teachings come to you, insights. We perceive things in a different way. Solutions come. Because in that pregnant, open, feminine space of wisdom, things emerge. The aha moments. Or in prayer, things just magically clear up and like no longer an issue. And you're like, how in the world did that? And you're like, oh, blessing of God. First couple of times you think it's a coinky dink, that it's like, oh, just kind of happened. Well, it's a coincidence, right? Well, after the 5th or 6th or 7th time, you begin to realize there's something going on here that's not quite a coincidence. And you begin to realize the power of prayer. The proper power of having the alignment. So your prayer is in the slipstream. And you realize that it becomes more effective. And we learn to trust that it's on God's time. We work, we aspire, and as we move along the path, we let go of the grasping. Doesn't mean we don't put in the effort, but we don't feel the resistance or the judgment if it takes longer than what we want, because this is an important point, that annoyance, that whatever it is, that's a block. It's an out of alignment. By letting go, we connect. We still put in the effort, the masculine aspect, but we let go and drop into the space, the openness of the feminine aspect. Yes? That ultimately is where the current is. That alignment with the Merkava chariot where we literally are in it. And it's a beautiful, safe, majestic space. There's nothing frightening about it. Vivid imagery, I love it. There's nothing frightening about it. Don't worry that this lions, it means something symbolically. We're in alignment. Our tree of life is in alignment. Merkava chariot I just shown and this basically are saying the same thing. Except this is our life. When we're in alignment, this is what's going on. When we sit fully in the Merkava chariot, this image is so powerful for me. It just, for me, makes everything very crystal clear. Yes? We develop strength through our challenges, wisdom. We become more competent. We learn to embody or re-embody our light and our strength and our trust when we're thrown. When we lose it, we learn to come back. Sometimes when looking back, we realize we were spared by things happening which we really don't want to happen, or obstacles. We realize that it was actually a blessing. We think things would have gone a certain way in the past had certain things happen, but it could have been worse, and you would have never arrived where you are today if that other road, which you think was all great, because we all do that, we make the alternatives seem like they would have led to a paradise, but no, could have been much worse, but we just don't see it because we don't know what happens next month, or what a decision leads to this decision that leads to that leads to complete disaster. Yes. Once I moved to a town, and within a couple weeks, months, I don't know what was going on, I stepped out from a curb between two cars. And if I had stepped out between those two cars 2 seconds sooner than I did, I would have gotten hit by a car that was speeding at an insane amount of time in a small street that was quiet, that should have had no cars. And he wasn't just in the middle of the road, he was almost hitting the cars next to me, like he almost like wanted to hit me. This was years ago. I would have died. That's certain. I would have gotten beyond, I don't think it would have been survivable. So I use that as an example. You think you're going to a town and it's all great and wonderful. Well, by you going that town, you might actually have a serious accident and not live. And yet you spend your whole life regretting that you didn't move there. There's no way for you to know what awaited you in that town. And the greatest blessing of God was you didn't move there. Or I might have had a whole blessing before that. Maybe I had walked on something and I stopped to look at my shoe and be like, wow, I couldn't be more careful. Look at this mess. But those 3 or 4 seconds of delay is what actually saved my life. And had I now walked on something, I'm just making this up as an example, I would be dead. So we impose a view that's optimal, and then we hold that energy of regret. And so by trusting the unfolding and letting it go, what coulda, woulda, maybe not, we settle in the presence in a state of more happiness, because we're not in all these things going. How is it helpful to judge the past? How in the world is it? You learn from what you can, and ultimately you don't bring it into the future. You don't know. Who has a magic crystal ball? Yes? You see, there's a posture of alignment. There's a posture on how is hopefully the best way to live. There are teachings, which I've learned clearly, on how guiding you from people over centuries and centuries and centuries and centuries, just contemplating these things, and then made modern and put into a modern context with modern people and our modern issues in our modern society, and a Western society at that, and how to go about it. And it all comes about how to be open, present, and in alignment. And that alignment and presence to correct acting, believing, practices puts us in union with God, union with truth, union with everything. We sit in that Merkava chariot and we ride it. And we learn how to manage the things that occur. And ultimately, we learn to let it go, so we don't carry it with us. Like I mentioned previously, we get on the train and we learn to leave our baggage at the station. And yes, we do carry a lot of it with us. As we go along the train, we just learn to throw it out the window, and things get lighter. And train goes faster. There's less weight. That's one way, effective. Second way is you work on it, or you do techniques where they just sort of go away and dissolve. And you look up in the aisle and suddenly your luggage just kind of isn't there anymore. Or you don't even think to look in the aisle, because it's never, the smelliness, the stinkiness, the clutter of it, what draws you to it, isn't there anymore, and you forget that it ever existed. Because in a way, it doesn't, because it's no longer held in your memory. then how is it relevant? Do you see? And that lines us up. And then naturally, we do good actions in our world. We do good actions helping others. We build a better world because our alignment that we've cultivated naturally spreads into what we engage with. Do we have a positive effect in our world? Do we have a negative effect in our world? Do we have a neutral effect in our world? At a minimum, we can hope that it's neutral. Our effect is neither good or bad because we're not harming, we're not adding, we're not making it worse. Optimally, we have a good effect in our world. Yes? So we do our best. We make an effort. We show up. And sometimes it doesn't look like how we imagined it. And sometimes it's not what we would like exactly. And that's when we have the temptation to turn ourselves, to turn on others, to fragment, to have despair, to judge. And the choice is always before us. Do we pull ourselves back together? Do we pick each other up? Do we learn? And are we constructive? Do we say prayers? Do we do mantras? Do we pray and ask for that assistance? Do we turn to text? Do we learn to be able to better handle and be more equipped and more whole to handle these situations better and better and better? Do we learn to align with the Shalom? And when we decide to walk in that direction, and it doesn't mean we do it perfectly, but we make the effort to show up and we engage in and try to walk that to the best we can, that's where our strength is born. That's where we develop our competence to ride properly. We learn to become good horsemen or horsewomen. That's the path. That's where the rubber meets the road. That is kingdom in the Sefirot, Makuth at the very bottom. We develop our kingdom. Is it in alignment or is it in disalignment? Is it peaceful or is it in disarray? Is it good or is it bad? Do we heal? Is it neutral or do we harm? Do we choose to engage or disengage? Which I should be careful about the last one because it could be skillful to engage sometimes. It could be skillful to remain disengaged sometimes. Or if it's the wrong thing for that situation, then it's not skillful to remain disengaged, and it's not skillful to engage. And that's where the judgment and the wisdom and our alignment helps us to know what to do or what not to do in any given situation. We're riding our horse. We're in alignment with wisdom. And for people who are religious, wisdom from divinity, from God, the source of wisdom with a capital W, the source of knowledge, what to do, what not to do, how to live, how not to live. The central column. Yes. The left and right channel masculine and feminine balancing into the central channel of the Kundalini that has the chakras in alignment that goes to the top of the head where divinity is. In alignment, so the third eye of wisdom, knowledge beyond knowledge, clairvoyance, has an ability to assist our lives, and we're pure enough that our love and actions and desires are in alignment with that, the energy going up and the energy and its benefits going down. Does that sound familiar to anyone? Does that sound like Jacob's ladder to anyone? And we deal with the physical flows in our body, its energies as the physical structure and how we're made up, heals, lines up, which in turn assists our thoughts, actions, how we deal with wisdom, and how everything works with the mind and psychological, which is more the tree of life. And then we flower in our internal world. In a good way, are we a thorn? Are we a poison? Or are we a rose, medicinal herbs? Are we a cool, beautiful, warm, nice, or refreshing river? Or are we a raging, dangerous, polluted, toxic river? And if we are, do we make the choice to clean ourselves up, to fix it? Because there's always the choice and there's always the moment to say, you know what, I choose a different way. And there are skills, the same teachings that are open regardless of where you are. And so the act of gathering ourselves up, realignment, and walking in faith to something we think is better is itself the gift, because it restores our body, it cleanses our hearts, and it summons our strength to pick ourselves up and move forward. We walk through the desert, we go through the valley, through the confusion, and we arrive stronger, more whole, and more capable to have faced what's in front of us because of it. What's the choice? Dying of thirst in the desert, being lost in the valley and never being able to get out, being in confusion our whole life, and therefore there's no other way and we're trapped, right? So we try, and even if we don't know we're in the right direction, we do what's tried and true, which is why I teach this in this way. And we trust that the centuries of knowledge, the centuries of blessings of many people saying similar things in different ways will lead us to something that we ourselves cannot yet see. And that is the blessing of a lineage and organized teachings of religion or other things, but one has to be careful. It may be good, it may be not. There could be positives along with negatives, and some will get you and some won't, or you won't be affected at all. Who knows? So you always have to walk mindfully with intelligence. Many roads in the desert, if there is a road, they go to different places. Do you go to the right or to the left? There's no road. Well, which one, which instinct, which knowledge? How do you go about it? Do you walk during the day when it's hot and blistering? Or do you say, you know what, I'm going to find shelter during the day and I'm walking at night when it's cooler? Wisdom. And then when we look further down the road, we realize it was all part of a journey. And if we do it right in an aligned way, pretty much we'll realize it was a beautiful journey in a way, however hard it was, because we realize where we ended up, or realize the person we've become, or how much better we are, and how we're connected with God, because ultimately this world, our life, is finite. It is not eternal. So no matter what happens, there's an end to it. The question is, where do we end up afterwards? What state do we leave our world to our children and grandchildren? Because there is a living on. What happens here and where we go forward, because that consciousness, that spaciousness within ourselves, our soul, our consciousness, the luminescence, the thing we can tap in, which you will feel it, that's eternal. What vibration do we carry above it? Do we have the vibration of what we're touching in and try to better and better manifest it fully in our lives? Or are we in a completely different vibration, and I'm speaking Chinese and that place is never felt because there's just so much on top and there's no desire to tap into it? And then afterwards, what's your energy? I once had a revelation. It took a while. I thought, how do you know where you go afterwards? And then I prayed and meditated, and then the thought came to me quite strongly. So let me just put this in religious terms. It'll be easiest and quickest. Honestly, I don't think God judges us. God may provide mercy and understanding, that's for sure. It's just one of his qualities, and it's all over the Tanakh. I think we judge ourselves by the frequency we hold. The sum, the completeness of our life, what our life is in summation, the sum of our actions, non-actions, our thoughts, not things we didn't think about, what we did, didn't do, our intent, or didn't care to do, everything about us equals a certain frequency, a certain temperament, a certain temperature, a certain color. And I think just naturally that's comes through. And whatever that result is what it is. Simple, huh? I think that makes a lot of sense. It's a divine equation. And that's one thing that separates us from Eastern teachings. There is God's grace and mercy and understanding. That helps. In the East, it's just plain old karma. No grace, no mercy, though an understanding as to context and was it a whoopsie or did you regret it or not. But those things are also part of the equation of the frequency. And so when we line up and we try and we do these practices, we are cleaning up. We are lining up and we're trying to become a little stronger. One moment, please. Okay. We have faith that there is a God's plan for us. And there is always an opportunity to try to realign with it or pick up pieces to the extent we can and do better. We transcend what's occurred and we walk through the desert into the valley. And we live with life in us. If you look at the image, the tree of life, we live in life. And when we die, we're actually not dying. We just transitioning into life with a capital F, an eternal whole life. That's the true life. This is lowercase life. That's uppercase. And that's the blessing. That is, this image is truly beautiful. And we walk with God. And look at that. It lines up perfectly with where I am in the teachings. Shalom. See, in the balance, you trust the unfolding. And then, whoa, right? And then you realize that trust, that alignment becomes validated with time. Because there's a flow, there's a grace, there's a dance, there's an alignment. And you feel it. And you develop confidence as you purify that it is trustworthy. At the beginning, there's a lot of subconscious things, and we think we're aligned and we're really not, and things kind of are off because it's the forces, which we may realize or not, in us, and our thoughts are still disordered. So you have to be really mindful. You can't just let go like this. And with certain things, you never let go. You're always very mindful. You got to use your mind. You got a human mind for a reason. You never turn it off. But you realize its benefits and its limits. And you always look. You're always present. There's awareness. There's awakeness in the present moment. You use, once you can, something a little different. But the human mind always is there, and it has its purpose, and you use it skillfully. It just doesn't use you. It doesn't just run with you. You use it. You see what it needs to be used for and what is not its purpose. It's a different engagement. Nothing is really left out. You learn to engage in a skillful way. You let God, this Aleph, guide you. It's behind us. It's like the wind of God, giving us momentum and trust. The Aleph is the breath of God unseen, but always present, pressing us forward and guiding us. The horse is our body, our vessel. The Aleph is the current. And we're the ones who choose to move with it. So we're also the rider. That choice, us. Walking in Shalom means moving in rhythm with the sacred. Walking in the Shalom means moving in the rhythm with the sacred. The one who walks in the Shalom doesn't force the path. He lets the breath, the openness, the space, the blessing, the Shekhinah, the chariot walk through him. He's a vessel through which it animates and walks, yet it's also very much him. He walks and lives that alignment. He embodies the alignment. Becomes a man and woman or woman of God. Yes, the spectrum of the Emmanuel, right? The Star of David. It's on the right corner. And, oh, not this one. One moment. Here. What does that mean here? So this, it's the symbol not just of Judaism. It's a symbol of as above, so below. It's a seal between heaven and earth. It's quite profound. It's not just a cultural emblem. It's part of a sacred geometry that means something. So it's composed of two interlocking triangles, two triangles put together, if you see. Oh, you know what? It's not blown. Let me blow it up. Let's see, hold on one more. Let's see how big I could make this. How can I make this bigger? One moment. Well, can people see it? I hope so. I don't think I can. Let me try this. I hope I don't break the program. I'm sure there's a way. Oh, there we are. Well, bottom right corner. Moment. The one pointing upwards is the soul, our yearning for the divine. The one pointing downward is the divine descent into the world. Correct? Jacob's ladder. Right? Heaven reaching towards earth, towards kingdom, and kingdom, us, rising and reaching towards heaven. The upward triangle to our actions and everything, they're both masculine and feminine currents. It's us rising, our prayer. We're reaching out, our voice is reaching out, our will to do things, our clarity, our direction. It's symbolized by Teferet, the heart that aspires upwards, our intent, our learning, our mitzvot, to line up and rise, get closer. The downward triangle, it's the Shekhinah descending. It's the Merkava chariot that we're connecting with. It's us in kingdom, receiving. We respond in our frequency. It changes us. We act differently. We receive the blessings, different understandings, different ways of being, the wisdom. We feel the shalom and the holding of God, that He's a tangible presence in our world. And as we do so in shift, we increasingly become more and more of a presence of God in this planet. The patriarchs, the prophets, the holy men and women are considered such because they embody the presence of God, of good acting, of a good model, of an alignment with universal principles of purity. Here, they were living and are living presence of God. Here, the Merkava chariot descending into kingdom to be present here, or in the past, or will be in the future. People here working today to, in the tomorrow, being presences in increasingly more and more way of God in the world. One day at a time, one practice at a time, one aspiration at a time, one Torah study at a time, one Tanakh study at a time, one mantra, one meditation, one good act, one charity, one reaching out to help at a time. What path do they walk? They walk a holy path, an aligned path. It's a choice. At every moment, at every decision point. And at some point, you just follow the current and it's choiceless. There's no more a pull to the left or right. It's just a flow and you naturally do it. And it's naturally what you want to do. And then you're living and you're in life. And it becomes amazing and magical and alive. Even though you may still have the hardships and everything, because now there's a greater purpose and there's a greater life. There's a greater alignment and you feel it in yourself. Things shift. And so that upward triangle, the reaching, and the downward is the descending, which empowers and fills us. And therefore the upward is stronger and longer, and it goes up and it comes down, and it's an upward spiral to greater and greater communion with God. A greater and greater manifestation of what I call the Emmanuel, someone from beneath at kingdom, and increasingly going up and up Jacob's ladder with the help of the Shekhinah chariot to greater and greater embodiment of divinity, of Shekhinah, the masculine and feminine aspects of Shekhinah. And the practices and what we do is to help that come about. And so the star David is a balance of the vehicle. It's not passive, it's active. It's where space and yet blessing and manifestation and blessing walk as one. You ride with heaven above and earth below, like this man with the Aleph. He's walking on earth and with God above. It's the union of as above, so below. He is walking that. You see? This is why pictures are so important. This is why I present pictures. It reminds us. We need reminders. That picture, after you've heard this teaching and the teachings for the last, 2 months, that's it. All the teachings are right in there. One simple picture with 3 things. Oh, it looks like it's sunrise too. Well, Shalom to that. Everything green, the tree of life. Everything I've said is in one picture. It's the power of images. You put that up on your prayer space, it reminds you, there's God, there's us. There's the tree of life, the Sephirots, our alignment, blessings, divinity. It's all there. The path. You could put this on your phone as the wallpaper. So during the day, you look at it and you're reminded, oh yeah, and it puts you back into alignment. And plus you have the blessing of the sacred Sephiroth. So you literally have one of the most sacred, the Aleph, one of the most sacred symbols that there is. And that provides a blessing on your phone. Or you put it in, the photo gallery and then that blessing is there. But when you see it, that has an energetic realignment to your frequency because that enters your mind, it triggers teachings, and that pulls down the blessing. It's a transmission from the Aleph above the first Sifirot, well above, all the way down to you in kingdom. It comes down the Merkava chariot, down Jacob's ladder to you, and then in turn provides that alignment and blessing, because it does, whether you realize it or not, just by the nature of what it is. Trust me. And it lifts you up. And now you're on Jacob's ladder moving up. And then the move up in turn locks further blessing. And then you enter fully in the river at some point, and you're swimming and bathing in the Shekhinah. And there's no other place you would rather be, because you realize that's your home and that's your birthright, and you've come home. But it's an experience. It's not merely words. You really like, wow, that is what's going on. Oh my God. And you say, oh my God, bless God, thank you so much. And you really become very devout. Naturally. Because you're like really seeing it and you're like, oh my God. You become extremely devout. But if you're working towards devotion, you put in the effort. You don't want to go. You don't want to do this. But you know what? I want to achieve. So you, lack of a better word, force yourself. You make that decision. You force yourself out the door. You go there. And you go there and you go there and you develop a positive habit, and soon you look forward to it. And then one day, as your devotion and faith increases, you would never dream of not going unless you were sick or something else came up. You know, you have to weave your life into it. But at some point, the level of devotion you will show in a place like that is quite great. Because then you are in that flow and you become devout. Appreciation and love of God, because He's entered your heart. And it's not just some figurative thing, but it's a presence of energy, of devotion and love. But it's something we aspire, we desire, make a decision, aspire. I'm sorry for people who aren't native speakers. I understand. I hope in YouTube you could have a little translation thing on the bottom where you could see it in your native language. I try to pick easy words, but you know, just sometimes there's a word that contains what it is. But anyway, so you aspire to be as good as you can. You walk. So when you place the Star of David or the Aleph behind the rider, it's saying this person moves in alignment. This person rides with heaven above and earth below. This person carries the light of God and the Shalom. So there's a certain Eastern teaching which is very helpful, called wind horse, Lungta. It's Tibetan in origin. And wind horse is sort of like chi. It's the life force, the carrier of one's intentions, prayer, and destiny. And it's not just a mystical horse. It's the vehicle of our soul, energized by the wind of spirit and directed by the rider's intention. And the wind horse, it's like wind, W-I-N-D, H-O-R-S-E, it is one word, connects the earth of the body, the wind of life energy, the mind's clarity, that means a mind that's the deeper aspect of our mind that's not confused, or off, the conscious, clean aspect. So the mind's clarity and the soul's purpose. Now, some of this I've changed because there is no God and necessarily an aspect of soul in the Eastern. So I've taken the concept to bring in what I feel is complete for this perspective here. But I use the example because it's helpful to us. Try to bring examples that help us to understand. So when our wind horse is strong, we have strength, our thoughts align, and our path unfolds easily and with grace, and our prayers connect. When it's weak or distorted, we feel stuck, scattered, defeated. We lose our faith. We don't feel to pray, or prayer feels very challenging. The horse, there's different ways of seeing it. I see it slightly sometimes differently, but traditionally, the horse is seen as our body and our mind, our normal mind. The rider is our soul or our higher self. Our mind that's cleaned up, that's aligned with God, is the rider. The horse is what we try to tame. Our emotions, our body that's not healthy and off, desires, actions that are off, that are more habitual, that are more out of habit. So without the harmony of our soul, our pure self, and our higher self connected with God, one moment please. Sorry, excuse me. I don't want to be too raspy. Hold on, mute the microphone for a second. Okay. Oh, that sounds so much better. So without harmony, the horse runs wild or collapses. There's no control. Chaotic. With alignment, the rider and the horse move as one. We ride the Merkava chariot as one with the Shekhinah. You see how it literally lines up? Rider and the horse can be us. What is it? Riding the chariot. Yeah? Okay. Yeah? So the body is the vehicle with which our soul, our higher mind, our conscious, aligned, best aspect of ourselves acts. The mind. So this is what the horse means. It's the body, the vehicle. It's the mind. The horse is the mind, the emotions, thoughts, or instincts. It's also our life energy, the breath, which carries the source of life, and the energizing power of God that gives us life. The breath is also the wind energy, which is momentum and drive and the current of our, here it is listed next, karma, the accumulated habits and momentum of our past actions. And it's also our human personality, desires, fears, and attachment. And it's the material world, that which must be mastered and honored without being ruled by it. Our desires, our wants, our needs. Not the healthy ones like we need food and water and lodging and wish to have a good relationship. That's not the problem. It's the gluttony and the coveting and too much of and wanting things that aren't good, right? And the uncontrolled desire that we can't help ourselves. So the baser aspects of ourselves, and there we are, the lower self. When untrained, it pulls against our souls, our inner cathedral's desire. Pulls away from the central column to distortion. An ego, when untamed, resists control. Right? So this is the horse. And I agree with all of this. That's the horse. Okay, here's the rider. The soul, eternal consciousness, the divine spark. In the meditation at the beginning, it's that open, luminous, clear space that is conscious, intelligent, awake, full of wisdom and the embodiment of life. That's the rider. Our highest self. One with the Shekhinah chariot riding it. It's the divine will. The guiding intention of our path. And at this point, if the person is that aligned, it's the guiding intention of our sacred path, of our sacred life. We all have a sacred life at some level, and our life is always sacred. Say that. Life is always sacred in all its forms, should never be dirtied or not treated properly or not valuing another person and treating them as sacred. Doesn't mean we indulge on their bad actions, but life is sacred. Period. Clear, since we touched on that topic. But it's the divine will is the guiding intention of our sacred path. And the more we live it, the more sacred our path is, because we're walking in union with God and we're manifesting it. And consciousness is our awake presence, awareness without grasping. And Aleph is the breath of Yahweh, the consciousness of Yahweh, the divine manifestation of God. Riding and through. Yes? And with regard to life, I thought also, of animals, and making sure people are well fed. That's a lot what I meant by that. It's understanding that we're all sacred here. We're alive, we're breathing, and to see the humanity and love in each other. And that life is very, very sacred, and we should honor it in its being. We're born. We honor life because life comes from God. It's God's greatest gift. And the rider tries to ride through life in the right way. Because that's in alignment with what's proper, capital P, and it's in alignment with God. And the rider has wisdom. Well, hold on. So it also, God is in alignment. You're in alignment with God. So what you do is in a divine flow. So naturally, you respect the oceans, the ground, the animals, each other. Because that's the alignment. That's way things are when they're in the middle column. It's natural. It's effortless. There's no effort anymore. You've worked through the karma. The rider has worked through their habits and instincts and what's off, and thinking that's not correct, and energies that pull them off. So naturally, everything they do is in alignment, and it's just what they do and what they are, and it's not even conscious anymore. And that's when you're in the flow. One day you just wake up and you're in the flow. It's not like you have to kind of have that scary moment where you need to let go. And sometimes you have to say, well, I'm a little resistant, but I'm there, I should trust a little more. And that's part of the path. But at some point you realize, oh, I'm just in the flow. And you're like, how wondrous. And you have the wisdom to gauge and to work with things. And you start identifying yourself with your higher self. And you realize, one day you are embodying your higher self. And what you used to be hasn't necessarily been left behind. And it certainly didn't die. It grew up. It evolved. It raised its frequency. Everything leading up to that moment was you entering into your becoming, into your higher self. And things transmuted. They changed. They purified. Your tree that might have not had been off, and some limbs dead, and things, weeds, and all sorts of stuff, is now in full strength, majestic, green, bearing beautiful fruit with birds on it, and flowering. And so the horse without the rider is wild. Just switch to the other one. They're both great. All right, so that's the attainment. So the horse without the rider is wild. The rider without the horse is powerless. We have to have a body in our lives, and that's sort of where we are. We work with the manure in ourselves and in our world, and with that, we create beautiful roses. We work with what we have, and we clean it. We work with it, and it's the fuel and fertilizer for everything to come. We work with it. We don't push it away or ignore it. We work through it, and we transcend it, and we make it into something that's beautiful and wonderful. When the rider and a horse moves together, there's one breath, one will. It's in union. The wind horse awakens, and God, through the Aleph and the names of God and all his manifestations, the Shekhinah, the chariot, flows down through Keter into the kingdom of this planet. We learn to let go and let God, but there's also us in the component. It's how it would manifest in us in each and every way as it pertains to who we are and our makeup. So there's no loss. We're merely cleaning up the walls of our cathedral, all the schmutz and dirt and grime and everything else, and then it's cleared. Beautiful stone, beautiful energy. There's no smoke. The air is pure, and the glass windows, the stained glass windows, all the colors are gleaming because it just goes straight through. And we realize we're alive. That under all that was a gleaming, gorgeous, luminescent self. Right here. This images, it just It's so important. I'm a very visual person, clearly, you can see. Let me find this one image. Here it is. Haven't been able to quite fix it yet, but we live in alignment with God. Energy coming down and up through our heart chakra, one of the most major chakras in the body, the strongest energy in and out of our body, extends 5 and 6 feet ahead of us. If we're aligned and it's strong and healthy, if not, it's a little less. And look, the stained glass windows, and we are beaming light. And we're in Eden. And we're present and unconscious and aligned. This is, about the postures, it's not my tradition, but it's our alignment. Oh, it's a symbol of peace and alignment. Yes, with the hand postures, yeah. I know those. Yeah. So, yeah, that's a posture. Yeah, definitely. Notice the full lotus. Its left and right hemisphere are in alignment. He's in the leg position of a woman, for my tradition, so it needs to be reversed. But other than that, with the left foot further in than the right, but it's in alignment. Left and right hemispheres of the body are balanced. Energy going up the central column. He's open, he's inward, he's aligned, he's not disturbed. That's the mudra of peace and alignment and clarity. The hand position, sorry. That's someone who's aligned. If you take that, if it's perfect, right? You never know. Somebody holds the position, you don't know what's going on inside. But if that internal energy is lined up with what's external, the Merkava chariot flows straight down into him, to the lower chakra between his legs, where the sort of legs connect. I haven't gone too much into that. All the way up to the top of his crown, with that knot on the top. Doing that pulls energy towards the top of the head, going straight up, and then it comes back down. It's the union. It's the union. And energetically, it would look like this. Beautiful, isn't it? But he's radiating it out into the world, you see? It could come in, but it's also, there's a radiation out into the world. Does that make sense? It's not just with us. It radiates out. It's the tikkun, we're healing ourselves, and we're tikkun our world. We're healing our world because that light comes out. Our light manifests. And that, my dear friends, is the complete path. The Shalom. He lives in Shalom. So, I'm going quickly through the pictures to see if I missed an image. I think I have all the images. I think I've said all of them. It's the Shalom. This picture here is the same as this. He's manifesting this. That's it. That's his sifrots. That's the sifrots. That's the Sifrots of this. Yeah, without a doubt. Beautiful, perfected lights, the rainbow lights. Each one symbolizes an element. Could symbolize a different chakra. They symbolize different Sifrots. It's the rainbow is literally the energetic current that created the whole world. So, I'm just looking at the image. It's so pretty. I hope this has helped everyone. I hope it gives understanding. Shalom is a very powerful concept and word. It carries great blessing. The peace is path, the path, releasing into the spaciousness of peace is the path to healing and union and connection with God. It raises our frequencies. It lets go of what holds us back and helps us to live better lives and to engage and in a better way with our world and to help heal our world. So if people would like, we'll take a 10-minute break and then we'll do a little practice together at the end, because words are all great and fine. And boy, I found this teaching interesting and amazing, because I find it amazing, because even though I helped create it, these concepts and things and what I teach from were taught to me. And the way I put it together is maybe my own, and I come up with different things based on where I've grown and what I've added to the knowledge. But it's profound and it's holy, I feel, because it's, I believe, accurate and it's helpful and it has God in it. But, as I always say, without walking the path, it remains that. Knowledge for the mind. For lower M, mind. Knowledge for the brain. Great, carries a certain blessing and may help with decisions, but ultimately, it really flowers when you do the practice to bear the fruit of the practice. What has all these teachings being pointed towards? And it requires taking time and effort and the desire to turn your car in a different direction and make decisions that help direct yourself towards the goal. And yes, there is a goal, because there's a place you want to end up, right? At some point, driving yourself towards a goal isn't quite the right frame of mind you want to have, because it becomes an obstacle. But until you're at the very end of the path, it's good to know where you would like to end up. And I hope people choose to end up this way. But you've got to learn how to ride your horse. You got to connect as a horseman to the upper levels increasingly. And as you do, your body, your lowercase mind, your emotions, your habits start becoming more and more under your control. And then the horse is a different horse. It goes from being crazy and maybe unhealthy and running amok to this beautiful stallion. Healthy, smart, aligned, conscious, skillful, has intent, and your higher self which you've purified, right? So it's almost like the horseman emerges from the horse. You see, we emerge from the things that are off, and we realize we were always the horseman, but we kind of identified with the horse. Actually, it just came spontaneously. I've never heard that said before, but it actually makes sense. We're the evolved form that came from what we are dealing with today. We emerge from it. So wherever we are, it's okay. We don't judge where we are right now. It's the fertilizer which allows us to grow. The choice is, do we evolve from where we are? Do we choose to make the effort in the right direction? And if we work on it and take time to evolve, to transmute, to make better, to line up, from that emerges a rider. And it gets easier and easier as the rider takes more and more control and purifies. And then ultimately there is no rider and the horse. They become one. And then as the rider becomes more skilled, the Aleph and the Shekhinah flow much more. And then the rider and the horse ride along with God in perfect alignment and in communion, and becomes a true child of God here on this planet. In the Shalom. So why don't we take maybe 8 minutes and we'll do a little practice and we'll work with the name of God, and we're going to add the word Shalom at the end, and we'll get that experience by using the blessing of a name of God with the blessed word Shalom, now that we've come to understand it, to cultivate that energy which will, with time, cultivate that perfection we see in front of us. It's a skillful means to use an active form of the masculine Shekhinah through mantra and word and energy to create a blessing and also a sense of peace, healing, bringing back together the feminine aspect of the Shekhinah to allow us to connect with God and for God to come down with His blessing to connect with us. And that's the path. Great. So what did I say? 8 minutes? So 11:22. Wonderful. Sorry, 21. You can't do math. Okay, one moment. Yeah. See you soon. Okay. So, people stretch. Make sure those lower legs are stretched. Where you feel the tension. This is yoga. You can feel, well, certain yogic instruction, as if you could breathe in from that place. So this is where you place your mind and your intention with your awareness, and it works. And you imagine that you're drawing in the oxygen from that place. And what it does, and yes, this is real, it moves in the energy of air, the chi, through that space, which heals and relaxes it. And it also puts your awareness from your body into that place. And when you breathe in from that place, you will see that it will help it relax. It's a technique. So let me move the microphone a little bit over. So I'm stretching with both of my legs up, and I hold a lot of tension in my legs, like a horrible amount. And I feel a pull behind the knee and into the upper leg. I think it's called the hamstrings. And when I put my hands forward towards my feet, and my hands are touching the bones of my legs, it actually activates certain chakra things, which I'm not getting into. I breathe in where I feel the tension in the hamstrings through my nose, and I relax so. And I let go. The breathing in helps when you breathe out for the tension to leave. So why don't people try that for a moment where they feel tension, and you breathe in that place and you invite relaxation into that area, a lessening of the intention. This uses the mind, which can direct intention, a desire, into the body with an instruction on what to do, the relaxation and release. And the body, interestingly enough, does that. That makes sense? And this works for any part of the body. It helps when you have a migraine or a headache. You invite relaxation and you put the intent of relaxing, letting go of the tension. And the body will release with practice. It becomes stronger the more you meditate. You develop more and more of an ability to feel your body and to be able to work with it. Yeah? So why don't everybody take a moment and work with that? It takes a little time to be able to maybe feel that, or maybe right away. And basically, we're inviting the shalom, the peace, the relaxation, the wholeness into that area. And it's very light. There's no tension. You feel the tension, but you're not forcing the end result. It's just a light invitation to relax, open, release, breathe. Okay, let's take a moment or two. So we breathe in the tension, and with the out breath, we exhale the tension. So a different way of doing it, you're breathing in the tension from that area up into the lungs. And when we exhale, we're exhaling the tension out of our bodies. Yes, that works that way. Just take my breath, take my word for it. So it's working with energy. We're drawing the tension and the tightness out of that area up through the body. You don't have to really think too much of what's going on other than you're breathing it in. So your nose, though you bring it into your nose, you're imagining that the air that's coming in, the prana, the chi, is coming in from where the tension is. So you're drawing it up from that space, like you're drawing air. And then when you exhale, because you're drawing it up into your lungs, when you exhale, you're exhaling it out the door, well, out of the door of your body through your nose. See what you're kind of doing? It's you're aspirating like a vacuum cleaner. You're pulling it up and it's leaving through the nose. It's working with energy. This is thousands of years old. So why don't we try that for a minute? And it's a slow rhythm. It's just like inhale, exhaling it, right? Okay. And with the exhale, there's an invitation to release. So you're releasing all the tension out of the body. Just relax, release, open. Breathe in, breathe out. With every exhale, there's a relaxation and letting go. And when you find that stillness, that calmness, when one does a mantra practice, there's a lot less for that energy to have to work through. You already start in a still place. And therefore, you have that openness, that womb, that open space of the feminine from which the masculine can arise through the mantra, the skillful means, the power of the words. And there's a lot less clutter in there. And therefore, it really grows in its ability to manifest in our body, in our prayer, and in our lives. So you see, they both have a place. And they both work together. The masculine and feminine aspect of the Shekhinah, of methods, of both sides of the tree of life, in balance, works in unity to create the wholeness. Yes? Okay. So people find their meditation posture. I have a little mantra sheet here on the screen. So people can pick the name that they feel comfortable. Oh, I don't have Hashem up there. I apologize. I took different names here. This is the ones I worked with. So you could add Hashem and Adonai to a word that you wish to work with, one of the names of God. You pick one I would pick the one you mainly work with, at home, your main one, or another one, depending how it feels when you add the name Shalom at the end. It may shift, or you may shift to one that you've never really worked with before. And you're tapping into a different form of an energy that works best for you right now. Yes? Abba Shalom, El Shaddai Shalom, Elohim Shalom, Yahweh Shalom, Yadbevahe Shalom, Hashem Shalom, Adonai Shalom, Emmanuel Shalom, Elohim Shalom. Yes? All range of possibilities, the one you feel drawn to, and also the one that you feel, oh yeah, that's it. Yeah? Okay, so let me get into my posture where you feel aligned and comfortable wherever you are. You could be seated down, one leg up, cross-legged. You know, sometimes my legs hurt, so I sit cross-legged. But the back tries to remain straight with a hand posture that feels comfortable and aligned. And you go from there. It's a lot of your mental state and your body feeling balanced. The postures are to help your body be balanced and aligned. And it doesn't necessarily indicate more one posture than the other. Does that make sense? There's certain postures that naturally help the body from a physical place be more aligned just by how the body is arranged. But it doesn't mean you need to do that one or another one like that. It's mostly, especially at the beginning, which one allows you to relax? Which one feels good to you that like, oh yeah, this is my posture? And there's Zen benches, which I have, I think, on the website and things, a description of them. There's all sorts of different things you can use. You use the one that allows you to relax, be present, and to connect. You always work where you are now and find what helps you connect the best. Arrange your pictures or what's on your prayer space on what helps you connect. Not what somebody else does or what you feel it should be, but what actually does. I've provided a lot of guidance as to things people should consider or might consider, and you pick the elements and what you want that works for you. It's a highly individual thing, such as the name of God, which one of the practices you use, a traditional one you grew up with, one that I've, brought into your world, or, it's up to you how long, when, how to change, which ones. We wish to connect with the Shalom, the grace, mercy, and healing and alignment of God. All right, so. All right, so get this microphone in the right position. people hopefully have put up the incense. If not, now's a good time. You light the candle. I always invite God's presence when I light the candle, the living presence embodied in the flame. We could feel that God is out there and hard to find tangibly. But when we create something like a flame, it sometimes feels more present and more holy. It's on the mystical side. I love things like that. But for some people, that's not for them. And some traditions, may not particularly favor that idea. I'm not sure. But it's an option as long as it's done reverently and it assists you and you like the idea. You connect and then you let the practice do itself. All of this we've done here is masculine, creating, putting together. We do the practice and then we allow it for us to receive it. Allow it to do its thing as we become the open space and we let go and let God and trust that it's working perfectly. And then in our lives, we start seeing the benefits and we start feeling how we feel after we're done. We're like, well, how did that go? How did I feel? What's different? And then when you start feeling the benefits, you're like, wow, you get that affirmation and trust. So you find a name that works for you, line up. I've been speaking for a while, so hopefully people feel relaxed and calm. So you've already cultivated that calm space within you, right? So, and for people who have more ability and been practicing, they can, try to send that energy of the shalom to the group. So we may all feel that current and that beautiful blessing when people connect with a similar practice, with a similar intention. Where many people are at, God is definitely there as well. So we can begin. How about 15 minutes, my friends? So let's practice together for about 15 minutes. of the Aleph practice, if they feel so called, they could finish off for a couple last minutes, work with the Aleph practice. Well, the practice is very powerful for me right now, so I invite those who wish to continue to continue. I will be continuing, even though I'll be signing off, and people who feel called can continue for however long they wish to. I hope everyone enjoyed the teaching today, and I hope it blesses you all. May we all walk in the Shalom. May we rest in the Shalom. May we carry the Shalom everywhere we go. Amen. Thank you so very much for joining me with me this week, and I look forward to being with you all next week.